pleasant good morning to the Honorable John Brisena, Prime Minister of Belize, his ministers and ministers of state, to the Honorable Tracy Panton, Leader of the Opposition and members on her side of the House, and to you, Mr. Speaker, honorable members, let us now pray. Almighty and eternal God, who through Jesus Christ has revealed your glory to all nations, please protect and preserve Belize, our beloved country. God of might, wisdom, and justice, please assist our Belizean government and people with your Holy Spirit of counsel and fortitude. Let the light of your divine wisdom direct their plans and endeavors, so that with your help we may attain our just objectives. With your guidance, may all our endeavors tend to peace, social justice, liberty, national happiness, the increase of industry, sobriety, and useful knowledge. We pray, O God of mercy, for all of us, that we may be blessed in the knowledge and sanctified in the observance of your most holy law, that we may be preserved in union and in that peace which the world itself cannot give. And after enjoying the blessings of this life, please admit us, dear Lord, to that eternal reward that you have prepared for those who love you. Amen.
Madam Clerk, can you kindly administer the oath of allegiance to the new member?
Oath of allegiance of a new member.
I, Ugo Pat, do swear that I will bear true faith and allegiance to Belize and will uphold the Constitution and the law, and that I will conscientiously, impartially, and to the best of my ability discharge my duties as a member of the House of Representatives, and do right to all manner of people without fear or favor, except for the
Announcement by the Speaker.
Honorable members, before we proceed with the business of the House, I extend, on behalf of this Honorable House, our warmest thoughts and sincere wishes to the Speaker, Valerie Woods, as she continues with her treatment. We stand united in support of her during this time and look forward to her full recovery and return to preside over these proceedings. As the presiding officer in the chair today, I assure honorable members that the business of the House will proceed in accordance with the established procedures and parliamentary rules, and I will continue to uphold the dignity and order of this chamber.
Bill brought from the Senate.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister. I recognize the Honorable Minister of Constitution and Religious Affairs, Indigenous Affairs, and Transportation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good morning, colleagues. I rise to move that, in accordance with Standing Order 16, the House do now consider the Senate amendments.
Honorable members, the question is that the House do now consider the Senate amendments. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Those against, kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
The amendments agreed by the Senate. Class 2, delete Class 2 in its entirety and replace with the following. Amendment of Section 21. 2, the Principal Act is amended in Section 21 as follows. 1, by deleting the words 60 days and substituting the words 12 months. And 2, by inserting after the words National Assembly the words together with any response of the government to the said report.
Honorable members, the question is that the amendment as proposed by the Senate to the People's Constitution Commission Amendment Bill 2025 on 14th July 2025 be accepted. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Those against, kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Papers.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Investment, Economic Transformation, Civil Aviation and E-Governance.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to present and lay on the table sessional papers number HR 18-114, report of the Auditor General for the year April 2015 to March 2016, number HR 19-114, the 22nd annual report of the Ombudsman of Belize for the period January 1st, 2024 to December 31st, 2024, HR 21-14, Central Bank of Belize annual report and statement of accounts for the year 2024, HR 21-114, Central Bank of Belize revised estimates for revenue and expenditures for fiscal year 2025.
Honorable members, sessional paper number HR 18-114 is referred to the Joint Public Accounts Committee, and sessional paper number HR 19-114 is referred to the Ombudsman Reports Committee for examination, consideration, and report. Sessional papers number HR 20-114 and HR 21-114 are ordered to lie on the table. I recognize the Honorable Minister of Rural Transformation, Community Development, Labor, and Local Government.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to present and lay on the table sessional paper HR 21A1/14. It is the submission of international labor standards adopted by the International Labour Conference at 24 sessions held between 1990 to 2025. A small little explanation, Mr. Speaker. The purpose of this paper is to fulfill Belize's obligation under Article 19 of the ILO Constitution, which requires member states to submit all newly adopted international labor standards to their competent authority. The 46 instruments before you, adopted by the International Labour Conference between 1990 and 2025, include conventions, protocols, and recommendations that address some of the most pressing issues in the world of work. While submission does not mean ratification, it ensures transparency, keeps Belize in full compliance with its international commitments, and provides a foundation for informed discussion on how these standards may guide our national policies in the future.
Honorable members, that paper is ordered to lie on the table.
Presentation of reports from select committees.
I recognize the Honorable Chairperson of the Finance and Economic Development Committee.
Good morning, Mr. Speaker and colleagues. Mr. Speaker, I rise to present and lay on the table sessional paper number HR 22/1/14, report from the Finance and Economic Development Committee on the gaming and Lotteries Control Bill 2025. Thank you.
Honorable members, that report is ordered to lie on the table. I recognize the honorable member from Colette on behalf of the chairperson of the Education, Sports and Housing Committee.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to present and lay on the table sessional paper number HR 23/1/14, report from the Education, Sports and Housing Committee on the School Teachers Pension Amendment Bill 2025.
Honorable members, that report is ordered to lie on the table.
Introduction of bills.
I recognize the Honorable Minister of Rural Transformation, Community Development, Labor and Local Government.
Mr. Speaker, this is the Trade Licensing Amendment Bill 2025. I rise to introduce a bill for an act to amend the Trade Licensing Act, Act number 19 of 2024, to further change the date of entry into force of the Act, to allow for further public sensitization of the scope and nature of the Act, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Mr. Speaker, this bill has the recommendation of the Cabinet.
Honorable members, that bill is referred to the Public Service, Labor, Industry and Trade Committee for examination, consideration, and report.
Bill for an act to amend the Trade Licensing Act, Act number 19 of 2024, to further change the date of the entry into force of the Act, to allow for further public sensitization of the scope and nature of the Act, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honorable Minister of Rural Transformation.
Mr. Speaker, in accordance with the Standing Orders number 49-1, I move that the bill be taken through all its stages forthwith.
Honorable members, the question is that the next stage of the bill be taken forthwith. All those in favor, kindly say aye.
Aye.
Those against, kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. I recognize the Honorable Minister of Sustainable Development, Climate Change and Solid Waste Management.
Mr. Speaker, this is the Climate Change and Carbon Market Initiatives Bill 2025. I rise to introduce a bill for an act to develop, implement, manage, and regulate mechanisms to enhance climate resilience and low-emission development for the sustainable development of Belize, to respect the objectives and principles of the International Climate Change Regime ratified in the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change and the Paris Agreement, to establish a market in Belize to trade carbon credits, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Mr. Speaker, this bill has the recommendation of the Cabinet. Mr. Speaker, I would like to seek your permission to give a brief explanation of this bill. Honorable Speaker, honorable members of this honorable House, and fellow Belizeans, today we stand at the threshold of history as the honorable House will debate, and I'm confident, pass the Climate Change and Carbon Market Initiatives Bill 2025, the very first climate bill in the history of Belize. For years, Belize has been on the front lines of the climate crisis. Hurricanes stronger than ever, droughts and diseases threatening our farmers, and seas that rise to claim our coasts. These are no longer distant warnings, but lived realities for every Belizean. And yet,
Through it all, our people have shown strength, they have shown innovation and hope. This bill is our response. It gives Belize, for the very first time, the legal and institutional foundation to govern our climate future with strength and with certainty. It sets in place the structures that will allow us not only to protect our land, our waters, and our people, but also to benefit from the new opportunities of the global carbon market. In a world where climate finance is tied to readiness, Belize will now stand ready, credible, and confident. Honorable members, allow me to highlight 4 historic reforms delivered by this legislation. First, it creates the Belize National Climate Change Council, our highest policy body for climate action, together with a dedicated Department of Climate Change and a National Transparency Unit, ensuring strong leadership, coordination, and accountability across all ministries and sectors. Second, it establishes a comprehensive national measuring, reporting, and verification system and a carbon registry that will guarantee Belize meets international standards for transparency, reporting, and data integrity. Third, it authorizes a high-integrity carbon market for Belize, one that protects landholder rights, guarantees free, prior, and informed consent for our indigenous peoples and local communities, and ensures that benefits are shared fairly and equitably. And finally, it provides compliance and enforcement mechanisms, including penalties and adaptive regulations to safeguard integrity, transparency, and readiness for the future. With these pillars, Belize will now have the tools to direct our own climate destiny, to open new doors for investment, to channel finance into the hands of community, and to secure our place as a leader among small island developing states. Honorable Speaker, the passage of this bill will be a testament to the world. Belize is ready to protect our sovereignty, ready to seize opportunities, and ready to safeguard the prosperity of generations yet to come. This is a proud and defining moment for our nation, a moment when Belize takes bold action, not just for today, but for tomorrow. A moment that says to our farmers, our fishers, our youth, and our children, we will not leave you behind, and we will not leave you unprotected. I invite every member of this honorable House to join hands and lend your full support to this transformative legislation. Together, let us pass this bill and mark the beginning of a new Belize, resilient, sustainable, and full of green opportunity. I thank you.
Honorable members, that bill is referred to the Natural Resource and Environment Committee for examination, consideration, and report.
Bill for an act to develop, implement, manage, and regulate mechanisms to enhance climate resilience and low-emission development for the sustainable development of Belize, to respect the objectives and principles of the International Climate Change Regime, ratified in the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change and the Paris Agreement, to establish a market in Belize to trade carbon credits, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Motions relating to the business or sittings of the House.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Investment, Economic Transformation, Civil Aviation, and E-Governance.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I move that it's rising today, the House adjourned to a date to be fixed by the Speaker.
Honorable members, the question is that the House, as it rising today, adjourn to the date to be fixed by the Speaker. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Aye. Those against, kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Public business, government business, motions.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, this is the Central American Bank for Economic Integration, CABEI, subscription motion 2025. Mr. Speaker, I move whereas Belize is a member of the Central American Bank for Economic Integration, the bank, and whereas recognizing the major opportunities in developing funding and initiatives that can be beneficial as a voting member of CABE, the government of Belize in 2023 requested an increase in its participation share capital of the bank. And whereas the Board of Governors of the bank on 18 December 2023 adopted resolution number AG 19 of 2023, which approved an increase in Belize's amount of its participation in the share capital of CABE to a total of 4,000 Series B shares, consisting of 25% or 1,000 shares as payable capital and 75% or 3,000 shares as callable capital. And whereas in accordance with the terms of the aforementioned resolution, Belize is required to subscribe to these 4,000 shares expressed in current United States dollars at a rate of US $10,000 per share, amounting to a total of US $40 million. And whereas also in accordance with the terms of the aforementioned resolution, Belize is required to make a payment of US $10 million, being the payable capital portion of the shares in 4 annual, equal, and consecutive installments of US $2,500,000. And whereas the remaining amount of the US $30 million being the callable capital stock is payable when called by the bank, and whereas there is no significant provision in the International Finance Organization Act, Chapter 265 of the laws of Belize, or any other law to enable the Minister of Finance to subscribe to such shares or make such contributions. And whereas consequently, the government of Belize is desirous of obtaining the approval of the National Assembly by way of a resolution before subscribing to such shares and making such contributions. And now, therefore, be it resolved that this Honorable House, being satisfied that the above-mentioned capital subscription will be beneficial to the interests of Belize, authorizes the Minister of Finance to sign an instrument of subscription and all other related documents to give effect to such capital. Mr. Speaker, just a little bit of information or explanation to this Honorable House. For countries like ours, like Belize, access to timely, affordable finance has consistently been an obstacle along the path of economic development and transformation. Unfortunately, there is no magic silver bullet to this problem. Working with multilateral development banks, climate finance agencies, and bilateral partners all serve to support overcoming such hurdles, but they take too long. When a hurricane hits us, we can't wait a whole year to try to get funding. We need funding immediately. Since the onset of our administration, CABE has proven to be one of those partners upon which we can rely not only for loans, but for much needed grants in the events of natural disasters. CABE has been a great development partner. For example, right after we won elections in 2020, when we were affected by hurricanes Eta and Iota, CABE assisted Belize with about $1 million or 2 million Belize dollars. They gave us a grant. And since November 2020, CABE has assisted Belize with over $16,796,524.94 in grants. They have been giving us grants in emergency assistance, in technical cooperations, in assistance for public health due to COVID-19, damages to hurricane, ETA, LISA, modernizing services in Belize at KHMH, biennial scholarship program, it's recurring, it's continuing, Belize Makers Education Program, refocusing the sustainable tourism path in Belize, development of operations in Belize in lieu of country representative, development of Belize country strategy, rehabilitation of the Corozal Free Zone Access Road, Belize Rural Development Strategy, feasibility study in the design of hospitals in Orinjoc and Punta Gorda, emergency assistance to forest fires in Mountain Parish and Toledo, feasibility study for the municipal climate resiliency in Belize project. These are 16 of those such that they have given us, totaling over $16 million. Mr. Speaker, an opportunity became available for Belize when, as I mentioned, in 2023, we asked to subscribe to these shares, and the board accepted that we can subscribe to these shares. And that's happened because of the relationship that we have been building with CABE over the past 4 years, going on to 5 years. So CABE, as I said, has offered Belize to buy 4,000 shares, totaling $40 million US. Now, I know that some members in this house might be questioning, well, where are we going to get $40 million US? Well, in the first portion, the bank expects us to pay them just $10 million over in the next 4 years. So basically, we will need to pay $2.5 million US per year. And then the $30 million will remain as callable whenever the bank needs it. Now, for the record, and so especially for the other side for their information, other countries, for instance, like Argentina, also bought shares from CABE to the tune of the same 4,000 shares, probably about 20 years ago, and all they have been required is to pay the first $10 million, and the other $30 million is uncallable. I say this to make the point that we do not expect that they're going to come to Belize after 4 years to say, well, no, we need the $30 million. That is just a part of the process of the bank. So we are taking the opportunity that CABE has offered us in subscribing and to presently to start with the first $10 million US. And as I said, let me give you on credit. So we have 4 years to pay. Every year we're going to pay $2.5 billion US. And we want to deepen our relationship with CABE, and that is why we are taking advantage of these offers. Now, being a shareholder, even though small shareholder, we have a bigger say in the affairs of CABE. We'll be having more access to funds, especially during national emergencies, and this move will also help intensify our regional economic integration. Mr. Speaker, I look forward to the support of this Honorable House on this subscription motion. Thank you.
Honorable members, that motion is referred to the Finance and Economic Development Committee for examination, consideration, and report. I recognize the member from Albert.
Good morning, and good morning to all my colleagues here in the National Assembly. A really wet and treacherous day on the roads. Mr. Speaker, we are being asked in this House to approve US $40 million subscription to the Central American Bank for Economic Integration. On the surface, it appears forward-looking, but the reality is far more troubling. Fiscal risk, hidden liabilities, and misplaced priorities. Let me first, though, acknowledge and recognize CABE as an important development partner, an important regional development bank. Yes, greater shareholding could give Belize access to financing, as the Prime Minister has outlined, and some influence at the table. We are not against development opportunities. Here's the fiscal reality. US 10 million to payable capital, in payable capital, which is 20 million Belize dollars. 4 annual installments of 5 million Belize dollars. This at a time when families keep crying with the cost of living, when teachers and nurses are under strain, and our healthcare system is collapsing. This money, Mr. Speaker, is not going to Belizeans, but to bankers. And what about the callable capital risk? $30 million US is callable, which means that Belize may be forced and can be forced to pay it whenever CABE demands it. This, Mr. Speaker, is a hidden debt, a burden that could appear when we least can afford it. The question is, where is the risk assessment? Where is the government's plan to protect our taxpayers? You see, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister said that Belize having access to affordable loans is challenging, but that is not the history of this administration. At this House meeting alone, we are going to be reviewing 5 loan motions. Access to capital has not been a problem. All we ask is that there be a cost-benefit analysis, that there be some guarantee that Belizeans will get direct benefit, that there's going to be clear transparency on how these loans are dispersed. We are not saying no to development financing. We're not. But we have to be responsible, and our debt burden continues to increase. It continues to spiral out of control. Let's not forget that the blue bond that retired the super bond and the savings we got through the blue bond arrangement, we have borrowed all that money already. Let's table the full CABE resolution and risk analysis. Let's commit to the annual reporting to the House on both the costs and also the benefits. And let us prove how this subscription will directly improve the lives of Belizeans. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the member from Freetown.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this motion, I think, is one that, under any circumstances, should enjoy the full support of members of this National Assembly. Sometimes, I really think the Belizean people are sick and tired of an opposition that just objects for the purpose of objecting. Absolutely no substance behind the objection. Just wanting to be a negative voice in the face of something that is entirely based on the national development objectives of this country and this government. As the Prime Minister pointed out in his remarks, in his introduction, Kabe has proven itself to be a strong development partner of Belize over the last 5 years in particular, under this administration. So the Prime Minister himself, the Ministry of Finance, the Ministry of Economic Transformation, they have worked very closely and directly, intimately with Kabe over these 5 years, and have developed a strong relationship based on trust and confidence. So they have done that work. The Honorable Leader of the Opposition talks about analysis. They have done that work at the Ministry of Finance, Ministry of Economic Transformation. And they understand fully well that it is in Belize's national development interests for us to deepen and strengthen our partnership and relationship with Kabe. And you can't ask for any more favorable terms and conditions than what is set out under this motion. Prime Minister detailed it, but it's worth repeating. Yes, it's 4,000 shares, but what Belize is required to do over the next 4 years is make payments amounting to US $10 million over that 4-year period. So $2.5 million US per annum over those 4 years. That's a very, very almost insignificant investment in terms of the return that we have been getting and will continue to get from Kabe. So it's absolutely, a very good, positive decision based on analysis, based on the track record of our relationship with Kabe. So, I thought when the Madam Leader started to talk about it being a forward-thinking resolution and motion, that she was on the right track. But of course, she then went off track very quickly. So the remaining, talked about the call of the remaining 30 million. Well, yes, that's the cost of the investment. But as the Prime Minister pointed out very clearly, this is the standard procedure for investing and buying shares in Kabe. But those callable shares are rarely called in, and that is there, of course, in the case of the bank itself facing some, systemic threat to its own survival and so, and their need for urgent funds and requirement of urgent funds. So that has not been the case where they call in these funds. But yes, it is an obligation. But what is at stake immediately is, as I said, the 10 million US over 4 years, $2.5 million a year. And I certainly believe that that is a very, very, very good investment for Belize to make. I fully support the motion. And, just to end on making the point, Mr. Speaker, that, the opposition frequently talks about the debt. Suddenly in opposition, they've developed a concern over the debt. The record is there to show when we came into office, the debt was over 130% of GDP. Today, the debt stands at around 60% or so of GDP.
Your government?
It is under this administration, under the Prime Minister, the Minister of Finance and his team, that this government has worked deliberately and methodically to ensure that we bring down that debt to GDP ratio. No government has understood the importance of that more than this government, and no government has worked responsibly to address the debt issue in this country like this government. So let's put that to rest. The opposition has absolutely no moral authority to talk about debt in this National Assembly.
I recognize the member from Orange Walk Central.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the honorable member from Freetown to explain to the leader of the opposition. Sometimes I forget that the honorable member from Freetown is also an economist and could school the honorable member from Albert. But you know, Mr. Speaker, when I hear the leader of the opposition come and pontificate in this house, I have to have great restraint not to go after her, because the minute you do, she stands up and cries, oh, she's a lady, she's a woman, and so you should not criticize her. But do your homework. What kind of moral authority do you have to come and talk about how we are trying to, with bad spend people, the people's monies? Where were you when a bad spend up the Petro-Caribbean money? Pantacos, remember? And bad spend up the money all over. Where were you, Madam Leader of the Opposition? Did you ever open your mouth and call your government out because they were bad spending this money?
She made a spend.
Exactly. She made a spend. Where were you when you agreed with your government to give the Bolido to one of the leading members of the UDP? You were in charge of that process, and you gave it, and you know to who, and you come and talk, man. No, I call you out. I call you out. You go, what did the Belizean people get? For 10 years, $2 million a year. And then towards the end, they said, we are sweetening the pot, and we'll give it $2.5 million. And then even pay business tax. Every time they're going to sue the government, and when they tell them, hold on, about business tax, you know, hear from them again. Where were you? You were a part of this thing, man. Where were you when Gapi Vega made a thief up the land in this country? Where were you? Where? Yes, I am, because I have the authority, I have the moral authority to tell you, yes.
Members.
Anyway, Mr. Speaker, again, I think that the leader, the honorable member from Freetown has explained this to the honorable member from Albert. But you see, sometimes if you don't understand, it's best that you ask and not just get up and talk and misspeak. Okay, I'm being kind and polite to you. When did I say that we don't have access to development money? I've never said that. I said it takes long. Here it is. But they take too long to respond. That's what I said. We have access, of course we do. But if we have an opportunity to be able to sit around the table as part owner of the bank, why should we not take advantage of that? Why can't we, small Belize, be owner, part owner of Kabay? You think we're not good enough? That's what you think? Man, we don't need to think big. That's the only way we could move this country. But we don't think so small that you can't develop this country. Actually, when you all were in government, the economy contracted. It's only on a PUP that this country has been growing. Yes, they don't think about themselves. We should be proud that Belize now has the opportunity to own shares in Kabay. small shares, but still with an owner. And DPM made a very good point. You require over the $20 million, then don't give me $16 million in grants. That was like, I would need to come up with $4 million more. See? Yes. See, but that is where you just don't understand. If you were to take your time, you understand that these callable shares, in very, very rare occasions, they're called. I made the example of Argentina. Argentina have the same $40 million, the same 4,000 shares. They have paid for 1,000 shares, I think, about 20 years ago, and they have not called them up to put the other $30 million. So we have time. And man, you should be proud, you should be congratulating Belize, not even us, Belize, that we will own shares in Kabe. And as to, I'm talking about where we can find the money. Mr. Speaker, $5 million, yes, it is a lot. We could do a lot of things with $5 million, I would admit. But sometimes you do a cost-benefit analysis, and you realize that by investing in Kabe, sitting around the table, you will have more access, and you'll be able to get even more than what we're presently getting. And when you compare it within the budget of Belize, this is 0.03125 of 1% of the entire budget. You could find the money, man. Let's be creative. And you know, I have a lot more respect. You should have come here and said, you know what? I could understand. I know I could spend this money elsewhere. We could do this, whatever, whatever. But you know what? It's a good move for Belize, so I will support it. You know, I get a lot more respect, Madam Leader of the Opposition. I know you're desperate to try to hold on to that seat. You're desperate. More than half of your party do not support you. I understand that. And I understand that you try, but don't come with that cheap things. If you come here and speak as a stateswoman, as a person that understands what you're talking about, then people will respect you some more. Let me finish with this. Mr. Speaker, I really did not expect we'd have been debating this. I expected that the opposition would come to the consensus and say, no, this is a good move, and we could do it together. You don't need to go, you don't need to oppose just for opposing sake. Let we work together. When I was on the other side, many times I supported what your government represented if I thought that it was in the best interest of Belize. That is the only way you'll get the respect, Madam Lady, Leader of the Opposition. Mr. Speaker, I move the debate and I ask everyone for support, both sides of the Honorable House to support. Thank you.
Honorable members, this motion is referred to the Finance and Economic Development Committee for examination, consideration, and report. I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I seek the indulgence of the Honorable House to have this motion taken through all its stages this day.
Honorable members, the question is that this motion be taken through all its stages this day. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Those against, kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, this is the Taiwan International Cooperation and Development Fund. If you, can you allow me, Mr. Speaker, to do both motions jointly because they come as one, please? Mr. Speaker, this is the Taiwan International Cooperation and Development Fund program to improve the labor force participation and employability in Belize, US $7 million, loan motion 2025. Mr. Speaker, I move whereas the government of Belize through its bilateral program of economic cooperation and development with the government of the Republic of China, ROC, Taiwan receives ongoing financial support through loans and grants from the International Cooperation and Development Fund, ICDF, of the Republic of China, Taiwan, to fund different economic development initiatives of the government of Belize. And whereas the government of Belize has received an offer of financial support from the Taiwan ICDF in the form of a long-term, low-interest loan to provide joint financing to the government of Belize for the execution of its program to improve the labor force participation and employability in Belize, therein called the program. And whereas the program will consist of two components whose activities will, one, strengthen the public employment service to promote access to labor markets, particularly targeting women, youth, and migrants, and two, increase the supply of relevant skills aligned with labor market needs. And whereas the proposed program will be financed through the loan from the Taiwan ICDF in the sum of $7 million, along with an IDB direct investment loan in the sum of $7 million, and grant financing from the IDB in the sum of $1 million. And whereas it is intended that the execution of the program shall be carried out on behalf of the government of Belize by the Ministry of Finance, acting as executing agency. And whereas the term and conditions of loan offer from the Taiwan ICDF are as follows. Lender, the Taiwan ICDF. Loan principal amount, $7 million. Loan term, 25 years, including grace period. Grace period, 5.5 years. Purpose, to assist in financing for the project that will increase labor force participation, particularly among women, youth, and migrants, while expanding their access to relevant and quality-focused skills developing training. Rate of interest, 3% per annum is fixed, and a commitment fee of 0.75% per annum. And whereas under the provision of Section 7(1) of the Finance and Audit Reform Act of 2025, the government of Belize is required to obtain a prior authorization of the National Assembly by way of an resolution for such borrowing. Now therefore be it resolved that this Honorable House, being satisfied that the loan proceeds would be utilized for the purpose stated above, approves and confirms that the government of Belize may enter into a loan agreement with the Taiwan ICDF on the terms and conditions set out above, and further authorizes the Minister of Finance to execute and deliver the said loan, agreements and all other documents and agreements connected therewith. If you allow me to go to the second loan motion. And now, Mr. Speaker, this is the Inter-American Development Bank program to improve the labor force participation and employability of Belize, $7 million loan motion 2025. Mr. Speaker, I move whereas Belize, as a member of the IDB, the bank, is eligible for development assistance in the form of loans, grants, and technical assistance from the bank on such terms and conditions as may be agreed between Belize and the bank from time to time. And whereas the government of Belize has approached the bank for financial assistance to execute a program to improve the labor force participation and employability in Belize, herein called the program. And whereas the program will consist of two components whose activities will, one, strengthen the public employment service to promote access to labor markets, particularly targeting women, youth and migrants, and two, increase the supply of relevant skills aligned with labor market needs. And whereas the proposed program will be financed through the IDB direct investment loan in a sum of $7 million from the bank's ordinary capital resources, and a non-reimbursable investment financing of $1 million financed through IDB's grant facility, as well as joint financing from Taiwan ICDF in the amount of $7 million. And whereas it is intended that the execution of the program shall be carried out on behalf of the government by the Ministry of Finance, acting as executing agency. And whereas the bank has offered loan financing of up to $7 million from its ordinary capital resources for the said purpose under the following terms and conditions. Loan principal amount, $7 million. Disbursement schedule over a period of 5 years from the date of signature of the loan contract. Loan terms, 25 years, inclusive of 66 grace period on principal payments. Repayment period, 39 approximately equal semi-annual and consecutive installments of about US $179,487.18. Rate of interest, interest will be charged on the daily outstanding balance of the loan as per SOFR-based interest rate, plus the applicable lending spread for the bank's ordinary capital loan. Credit fee, a credit fee will be charged on the undisbursed loan balance at a percentage to be established by the bank on a periodic basis, not exceeding 0.75% per annum. And whereas under the provisions of Section 7.2, the Finance and Audit Reform Act 2025, the government of Belize is required to obtain the prior authorization of the National Assembly by way of resolution for such a borrowing. Now, therefore, be it resolved that this Honorable House being satisfied that the loan proceeds would significantly improve the quality of the labor force in Belize, approve and confirm that the government may enter into a loan contract with the Inter-American Development Bank on the terms and conditions set out above, and further authorize the Minister of Finance to execute and deliver the said loan contract and all other documents associated therewith. Mr. Speaker, it's important for me to give a fairly to give some information on the loan, and I hope that after this, that the leader of the opposition and her members would agree to support us in this loan. Actually, this loan is a transformative loan, and I will tell you why. Last week, we had the Belize Investment Summit 2025, and by any measure, it was a massive success. Actually, we just got a letter, an email from the World Bank, and they're asking us for transcripts of my speech and the different discussions that the different groups had during the course of the 2 days, because they've been so impressed with it and want to see what really what the discussions were all about, and probably see how they can take what we have done and try to do it in other countries, so where they can put together both private sector and public sector together for a course of 2 days and try to promote investments in those countries. So we need to big up the people in the Ministry of Finance, the Ministry of Investment, CEO Nara Garcia, Deputy Minister of State Chris Koi, the people from the Blue Bond Office, from Beltrade, and from the investment arms. So all of them, these people worked for several months to try to get this going. And on that day, I was impressed. Everything was working fairly seamlessly during the course of the 2 days, where they had countless meetings, business to business, government to business, during the course of those 2 days. So it is clear that Belizeans and foreign investors have a growing confidence and optimism in Belize as the destination for their investment dollars. As an example, we signed an MOU for a joint venture between Santander Sugar and Sucro Limited. It's a Mexican sugar refiner. They refine sugar for the construction and operation of the first sugar refinery, not only in Belize, but in the entire Caribbean. This would allow the supply of over 75% of the total demand for refined white sugar in the entire Caribbean. And by refining or white sugar or raw sugar, BSI would not have to be shipping this raw sugar abroad. So you just drive a few hours to the Santander facilities, and they're going to refine it. And that in itself, I think they were saying that our farmers, our cane farmers, can benefit about almost $3 more per ton. And so here are different things that we're doing to try to assist our industry. And also, we made the announcement, the soon-to-be constructed and modernization of the Port of Belize, where for the first time we will be building a cruise port and also modernizing the present port that we have. because it's outdated equipment. It's almost 50 years old. And so by doing this, Belize then is truly becoming a regional logistics and trade hub between Central America, Mexico, and the Caribbean. Since 2020, the planned Belize economy has created over 44,000 jobs, resulting in virtually full employment. Resulting in virtually full employment for those seeking a job. For those seeking a job. The most recent labor force survey conducted by the Statistical Institute of Belize informed that our unemployment rate is at an all-time low of 2.1%, while our underemployment rate similarly stands at an all-time low of 1.8%. The Central Bank of Belize has identified labor utilization as the main driver of GDP per capita over the past 5 years. At the same time, there are many people who are not participating in the labor force, especially women and our youths. While male, and this is an important statistics, Madam Leader of the Opposition, while male labor force participation is at over 72%, more than half of all women are not participating in the labor force. I'm going to repeat it since you may interrupt you. More than half of the women in Belize are not participating in the labor force. This can result in Belize having one of the largest gender gaps in Latin America and the Caribbean at over 25%. It is estimated, and this is what I've been talking all about, it is estimated that if female participation were to increase to that of males, our GDP would increase by roughly 20%. That's over $1 billion more that can be generated in our economy. Similarly, our youths face high levels of inactivity with labor force participation at 33% of those between the ages of 18 to 35. In short, Belize's continued economic growth is faced with a serious structural challenge of unavailability of labor to meet labor market demands both in quality and quantity. We need to bring more people into the labor force, especially women and young people, and we need continuous upskilling of our labor force through relevant training. The IDB ICDF labor force participation of US $14 million loan program comprised of $7 million from IDB and $7 million from ICDF Taiwan on concessionary terms and with a grant of $1 million from IDB, which seeks to support both women and our young people. These loans, they aim to, one, improve the service that promote access to the labor force of the general population while providing specialized support for women, youths, and migrants. And two, increase skills supply through relevant and quality-focused training in priority sectors. This is one of the goals of the MCC, which is to realign our education with the economy, that we need to be able to educate our kids that then they can go into the labor market. And so this is one such example of what the MCC found out in the studies which back then the Minister of Education, the Honorable Member from Freetown had already pointed out to us in Cabinet. This project will seek to achieve these objectives in large part through support of the IT vets, including strengthening their capacity and impact. The labor intermediation platform will help IT vets connect graduates with employers, track job outcomes, and provide real-time demand data. This helps align training with market needs and improves career guidance and job placement. Training will be inclusive, ensuring that the IT vets, which is a technical and vocational educational training, that the IT vet programs equip students with relevant skills, meaning that they would provide trainings in those areas where there are more jobs available. The labor market information system will aid the IT vets, these institutes, capability or capacity to design their curriculum, assist with career counseling, identify skill gaps, and help evaluate graduates' outcomes. It will allow for greater engagement between employers and the TVETs. In addition, this project will provide one, financing of equipment for computer labs in IT vet centers to ensure students have access to modern tools for learning. Two, financing of equipment for career centers, which will help bridge the gap between training and employment and improve guidance and job search support within IT vets. And three, a strategy for long-term financing of TVETs, which will allow IDB to work with government to find sustainable mechanisms to combine public and private resources to fund training. In this, there have been many instances, Mr. Speaker, for instance, call centers have offered to provide training courses in these IT vets so that kids can go there, get trained, and be able to go straight into the work market, into the job force. I think the Minister of Tourism of ours also talked about setting up a training institution to train our people to get into the tourism industry. These actions reinforce the shared commitment to improve the employability of Belizeans by ensuring that training institutions like IT vets are better equipped and better connected to labor market demands. Additional support for IT vets in the program will also include one, training fees will be covered to ensure that students can access certified programs without financial barriers. This is in line with Plan Belize's free education commitment. Two, stipends will be provided to help trainees cover essential costs such as food, transportation, and childcare, especially for women. That's one of their biggest problems why they can't go into the workforce. Removing the common obstacles to attendance and completion. Three, equipment needed for the training will be financed, including tools and learning materials required for practical, hands-on instruction in IT vet programs. Four, capacity building for IT vets will include the development of training standards, occupational profiles, and quality standards by sector and occupation, as well as the creation of training manuals and delivery of training of trainers programs. Therefore, so when this program is finished, these programs will continue. These actions will ensure that content is up to date, aligned with the labor market demands, and that instructors are well equipped to deliver it effectively. Overall, over $8.5 million will be allocated specifically to support the TVET system in Belize. And here, Mr. Speaker, I must pause and thank the Cabinet, because when this paper was first brought to Cabinet, we did not like the way it was set up, because it was set up just only training. And members in Cabinet said, so what will happen when the training is over? And so that's when we decided that we set up a subcommittee to look at it and to make some further recommendations. And that is why this was restructured, to ensure now that we can take this opportunity to take this money, a large portion of the money, and invest it into our IT vets, into the institutions, by getting more modern equipment. When you look at these IT vets, you know, the 13 years that UDP was there, they did not invest in the IT vets. They're still using equipment that is outdated. They are trying to work with fixing cars that are probably no longer on the road, as an example. So this $8.5 million will be used to be able to support them and to be able to buy the equipment that is necessary to be able to train our women and our young people and whichever migrants that may sign up. All right? This will include training fees, subsidies for beneficiaries, equipment, capacity building and other activities that will support IT vets like the labor intermediation platform and the labor market information system. Just as economic performance over the last 5 years have been largely driven by strong labor utilization, the next decade must also be driven by a productive and inclusive labor force. This program will play an important role in achieving that objectives. And I really hope, Mr. Speaker, that the opposition have listened to what I said, what this program is going to be about, and to be able to join us and to unanimously support these loan motions. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the member from Albert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I miss it.
You need workers, right? You need workers.
Member for Orange Walk Central and members of this Honorable House, be assured that investments in people, investments in our people's skills and employability are vital. And investments in our people are certainly investments that we support. You're right. I am always fair. That is what you must remember. Member from Orange Walk Central. The Prime Minister is right. Belize's youth unemployment remains unacceptably high. And too many of our women, Mr. Speaker, particularly our single mothers, are locked out of opportunities to re-enter the labor force. The job of child rearing and nurturing of our families and nurturing of our communities often rests squarely on the bosoms of women. Migrant labor participation also remains an area where structure and training and dignity are lacking. In this context, we welcome concessional financing that permits and promises to strengthen public employment, Mr. Speaker, services, and provide relevant and market-driven training. I join with the Honorable Prime Minister and all members of this Honorable House to thank our partners, Republic of China, Taiwan, through its ICDF and the Inter-American Development Bank, for their continued support in Belize's development. The combined package of loans and grant financing can make a real difference in the lives of Belizeans. The objectives as outlined by the Prime Minister are laudable. Execution and accountability is sometimes where we fail. It's not a criticism, but the question is, why is the Ministry of Finance the executing agency for this arrangement? What happened to the Ministry of Labor? or the Ministry of Education, or the Ministry of Human Development. There may be a practical reason, we just don't know. And how exactly will the priority groups, women and youth and migrants, be selected? You know, oftentimes we hear about grant arrangements and loan arrangements for training of Belizeans. This is certainly not the first. And oftentimes we learn that the program has been executed when we read of groups graduating from specific constituencies and really not open to our wider communities. And so we would like to understand, those of us on this side of the house, how are these programs going to be made accessible and available to all who wish to have access to them? And of course, the other issue is the measurable indicators. When will we know, and how will we know, and how will it be reported back, how this initiative has directly impacted not only the availability of skills for particular job opportunities that may exist, but how do we match the skills with those opportunities? What's the plan? Are we leaving it only to market forces? Or will there be a way, as we talk about the sustainability of training of Belizeans, how the measurable impact will be brought back to the Belizean people with post-training employment opportunities? Again, we support initiatives that build human capital. We support initiatives that create jobs. We support initiatives that are targeted at our vulnerable populations, or women, or youth, or migrants. But even loans at concessionary rates, Mr. Speaker, require that there is enrollment, completion rates, transparency, and equity, and most importantly, Mr. Speaker, results. Belizeans deserve no less. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the member from Freetown.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, first of all, I certainly appreciate the intervention from the Honorable Leader of the Opposition and the support that she has expressed for the motion. I think, just by way of explanation, I think this motion really, it's important for our members and also the Belizean people to appreciate that the motion we have before us today is really the product of more than, I would say, 2 years of work, analysis, consultations. I was a part of that work as the Minister of Education. But we've continued that work over the last year and a half with many different areas under the government. Ministry of Labor obviously was very much involved. Ministry of Finance, Ministry of Economic Transformation, Ministry of Education, as I mentioned, Ministry of Human Development. The Statistical Institute of Belize was very much involved, as well as even the Ministry of Immigration involved. They have responsibility for refugees and obviously working with migrants. So it was in many respects a whole of government approach to this issue, because our government several years ago, I think, recognized, based on our discussions with the private sector, the productive sector, the agro-productive sector in particular, that we are faced with a critical challenge in terms of the labor market participation, labor force participation. So while we have done a lot of good work in terms of bringing down the rate of unemployment, critically important if we're going to grow and develop our economy and grow and develop our country, we have to have greater labor force participation. But as we have all said today, there are three glaring areas where we have to do more work, and that relates to women, youth, and migrants. And so that was the type of analysis and assessment that was carried out, with a lot of consultations with, as I said, with these various sectors, private sector. And I'm sure we'll all agree that, we've heard from the private sector, we've heard from the agro-productive sector, that this is a critical, area, critical weakness in our labor market, where we do not have capacity, technical capacity, to meet the needs of our economy. And as Prime Minister pointed out in his remarks, in his opening statement, particularly concerned about the low level of participation of women and young people in the labor force, and how much that could do, as he pointed out. It's remarkable when you look at the statistics, how much that can drive GDP growth. So it's incredibly important, I think, that we make this investment. There are a lot more things that have to be done to complement this work, but this will be critically important. And in particular, I want to mention, in closing, really, is that the IT vets in particular, we need to invest in the IT vets. We have created a structure where we have these vocational training centers in every district town, and we have a real opportunity to use them to drive economic growth, to drive labor participation, especially among our women and young people. If we can create the right programs for them to participate in, gain the right skills for them to participate and contribute to economic development, while at the same time, of course, providing for themselves and their families. So I think it's really a good opportunity that we have created through a lot of work, a lot of analysis. And also, we talked about the Belize Investment Summit. Prime Minister mentioned this. And there again, we heard the loud cry that we need to do more. We need to invest more in creating opportunities for our people to develop their technical vocational skills. And we need to have, as I said, increased participation from our young people and women and migrants. So I certainly wanted to provide that context to say that you've raised a lot of important points, Madam Leader. We certainly agree with you and support you. A lot of analysis and assessment has gone into this to having us arrive at this point today, where we have this motion presented to the National Assembly. for very targeted investments that will provide an opportunity for people in those vulnerable groups, as you describe them very rightly, for them to participate more meaningfully in our labor market. So it's a very, very good motion, very good investment in our people, and I'm glad to see that we're all in support of this motion. Thank you, Mr.
I recognize.
Mr. Speaker, sorry, in accordance with Standing Order 12.8, I move that the proceedings on the order paper may be entered upon and proceeded with at this day's sitting at any hour do opposed.
Honorable members, the question is that the proceedings on the order paper may be entered in upon and proceeded with at this day's sitting at any hour. Though opposed, all those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. I recognize the member from Corozal Southeast.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of this motion. I rise in support of this motion, Mr. Speaker, and I don't want to be repeating what the Prime Minister and the Minister of Foreign Affairs mentioned, but some of the stuff are still going to be repeated without choice. But this, a bit like this reminds me of, I remember as a young man, I used to hear Mr. Price talk about progress brings problems. And for years, at least I'm sure you guys over there would know, when your government was in, unemployment was a significant issue in this country. Now, thanks to this government, thanks to the leadership of our Prime Minister, we have very low unemployment. And that was really brought home to me, Mr. Speaker, when I was moving around the country speaking with employers, and they're crying out to me that they need laborers to work. There is actually a shortage of laborers in the country, and employers are struggling to attract people to come and work for them. One of them even spoke about how they were trying to deal with the hourly wage, that after a certain hour, like at about 2 o'clock, they increased the hourly wage to keep the workers in their workplace, Mr. Speaker. So I think, thanks to the leadership of our Prime Minister and to this government, we now are in a new place where getting labor into the market is the main challenge for us now. And in particular, if we expect to continue having economic growth, the main factor we need currently is to bring in labor. And where would we be getting this resource for labor? Well, the Prime Minister mentioned it. Our women participation in Belize, it is very low. That is unacceptable. We have to find a way to bring them into the workplace to participate. One of the challenges that faces the women workers is that they start out, they become educated, but many of them have to drop out of the workforce temporarily because they're starting their families. When they choose to want to enter, many of them are reluctant for many reasons. One of them is that they don't want to leave their family, or they feel that they are not prepared for this new workforce that they're going to be entering after they left for a certain time, or sometimes just the demands of the family does not allow them. That is a challenge that we need to find a way to help solve for our women laborers, Mr. Speaker, so that they are able to participate in our economy. As well with our youths. Many of our youths now are growing up in a different time than us, Mr. Speaker, and their expectations of labor is different from the one from ours. We now need to find a way for them to be able to tap into this workforce and see how they would be able to participate in it. In particular, one of the main challenges is now this new platform economy that everyone is talking about. It is an emerging issue, it is an emerging topic that we must address in particular as a government, Mr. Speaker. And then the final one is the issue of the migrant workers. Again, it's one of the things that when I was traveling around, the employers are speaking about. They're trying to get migrant workers into Belize, and I am proud to say that the Ministry of Labor and the Ministry of Immigration are teaming up to be able to streamline the process, in particular bringing it online to facilitate the process of attracting migrant workers into Belize, where they're going to be formalized in the system. They get their work visa, they get their work permits, they tap into the social security system. All of these little phases are quite bureaucratic, and we must find a way to make the system more simple and more easier. So, Mr. Speaker, again, there are many other things that I support the Prime Minister and the Minister of Foreign Affairs in their work. From our ministry, we support this motion. Thank you.
I recognize the member from Mesopotamia.
I don't criticize for criticise's sake, but sometimes...
One sec, member from Corozal. Thank you. You can go ahead, member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to make one thing clear before I start my presentation. I don't criticize for criticise's sake. When I speak facts, and I do my research and I do my numbers. So, make me hold it off first, and when I'm done, then the Prime Minister will have his chance to respond, because some don't know I like it, and some I like it, and some I shake their head, and whatever it is, it is. But we have to do what we have to do, because we are the opposition. Once again, this government is back before us with two loan motions, one from the Taiwan International Cooperation Development Fund, and another from the Inter-American Development Bank. Together, this is $14 million, 28 million. According to these loan motions, these loans are meant to improve labor force participation and employability in Belize. I hear where all the other members just said just now that unemployment is low, virtually low. So if it's low, why are we still need for borrow monies? But I agree that the labor force in the south side of Belize City, young youths and young women, is lagging behind. So the employment cannot be low. Thank you, Prime Minister. But, Mr. Speaker, if this government is boasting of a record low unemployment, why borrow more money for employability? If there is no shortage of jobs, why do we need more debt to fix a problem? The Prime Minister just said just now virtually full employment. So, but I hear other members saying about the single women, the young men between the ages of 18 to 25, and my constituency is messed up. I think Minister Hyde also, we have that kind of problems. Minister Hyde, right? No, Mr. Minister, right? The Queen's Square member here, I think my colleague, Part Leader Tracy, we have these problems in the south side. When I look deeper into the details, I see these loans are targeted for women, youths, and migrants. I could agree. But, Mr. Speaker, the Belizean deserves some clarity. Migrants, I know you can explain certain things about people you're bringing in and stuff like that. But if we are going to import migrants, why don't we import the migrants that have skills, already trained? Just like how the other countries, they come and they take away from we skilled laborers, and if we play better, then we could do the same. On the issue of youth and women, I will be direct. If the government is serious about helping, let us see real programs that helps. I want to take the liberty that I have visited the IT vet in Belize City. My 2 cents into this is that the programs are too long. 2 years, 1.5 years, no, I'll kick it. These guys from the south side, their attention span is very, very, very short. I'm sorry for saying like that, but it's very short. And if you give them a program that lasts 6 months, then the attention span sometimes, I mean, let's be real, my buddy, we had the debate, and the attention span sometimes is very short, and it's, you know, they can cross over from mess up to college or something like that. I especially hope some of these funds go towards reskilling of our call center workers. AI is quickly advancing, and many young Belizeans will lose jobs if we do not prepare them for new skills for the future. In the south side of Belize City, including right in my constituency of Mesop, too many young people remain unemployed and even lacking a lot of skills. Yet the Prime Minister boasts of low unemployment. Mr. Speaker, the reality on the ground does not match on the south side. I have also been in contact with Mr. Dawson from the LIU department, and I have been trying to work with him to see how we could partner to provide a safe space for the Southside youths, young men and young women, to do some type of job training. And based on our discussions, he has told me that they transport them up to Tubal, and they do their courses. And of course, you have the career centers that are all over the place. But there's none in Mesop, not that I know of. And believe you me, when some of the guys in Mesop cannot cross certain lines. I want to put on the record here today that I'm willing to work with the government. I have an entire floor, roughly about 1,500 square foot, on Euphrates Avenue that I'm offering rent-free as a training center. Rent-free, yes, and it's ready. Just have to move in your equipment, it's ready. So that is in discussion. Plus, I ain't a businessman. I do business all over the place. Yes, we don't mess with anybody, you know. They're up another level. Thank you, sir. Thank you. That's a lot coming from you. Thank you. Offer it rent-free, and I say again, as a training center to lift unemployment youths, both young men and women, and I will talk to you about that because they're really serious. Because the truth is, Tubal is too far. Many young people cannot even cross into certain neighborhoods for job training or jobs because of gang rivalries. That is the sad truth. We must transcend party politics and work together. If 1 out of every 10 succeeds, Mr. President, that's a victory for me, and that's a victory for Belize. Now let's talk about the numbers on our GDP ratio for 2024 was 61%. Yes, the blue bond restructuring gave us a lot of breathing space by shaving off 380 million Belize dollars. Yes, Petro-Caribbean saw savings of about $258 million also, a total of $630 million. But we're back here to square one, borrowing recklessly, piling on new debts and undoing the hard-fought savings of restructuring and write-off. And as sure as day follows night, before the end of this year, we'll see more borrowing, disguised as capital projects or hidden under some new excuses. This is not sustainable. All those savings we have re-borrowed. If we must borrow, Mr. Speaker, let us borrow to ease the spiraling cost of living, to bring relief to households burdened by rising fuel and housing costs. That is what the Belizean people need right now. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to make my contribution to the loan motion that is before us. Mr. Speaker, it would be remiss of me as the Minister of Education not to support this very important law motion that seeks to improve and increase the output of trained professionals in particular skilled areas that are aligned with our national development needs. And I want to thank the Prime Minister and the Honorable Member from Freetown for having shared key goals and objectives that this loan motion seeks to achieve and to address. And I just want to say that the statistics are there, the data is there, that one of our challenges as a country is that we really lack a good cadre of trained professional technical persons. And if we are going to develop and if we are going to grow our economy, then it is imperative that we ensure that our training needs are aligned to the national development needs and that there is a collaboration and a deliberate effort at working with our industries, because our industries clearly understand and know the needs that they have in terms of our skilled, trained capacity. Mr. Speaker, I think it is important to note that there are certain laudable characteristics of this program. One, it is going to address, as the Prime Minister did indicate, improve infrastructure across our ITVET institutions. Secondly, it is going to ensure that we address the whole issue of equipment. Currently, as we speak, there is greater need because a lot of the equipment has gotten old, it's outdated. And sadly, under the last administration, 13 years of neglect, these institutions did not get the necessary support that they needed. So this is what we hope to achieve. But apart from that, the program also seeks to support our students to ensure that they can go to school regardless of their financial situation. So whether they can pay or they cannot pay, the program is going to ensure that they are supported and that they stay in school. Another very important characteristic of this is that there is going to be greater emphasis and support for women, ensuring that our women are properly trained. And we know that many of our women, it's not that they don't want to participate in the labor workforce, but because of their responsibilities, as mothers, that limits them. And that is why there is even a bigger discussion where we're looking at providing the necessary support and training, for caregivers so that, they can support our women while they go to work. I think it's important that we look at these aspects of the program. And these are not limited only to this particular loan motion, but there are other efforts through the Ministry of Labor to certainly support, women participation in the workforce. It is also important for me to respond to the member from Mesopotamia. I'm not sure, Mr. Member, we are still reeling from that short-lived truce on the 10th. But certainly it bothers me when I hear you say that we should focus on importing skilled labor. Why would we encourage that? We need to start at home because that's what you said.
On a point of clarification, Mr. President, I am not encouraging it. I said, but if we're bringing people and we are going to train them, so if we don't need to train them, then we bring in the skill if we need it. So, please.
So, Mr. Speaker, what better way to ensure that we start at home, that we start with our Belizean youths, that we train them, that we ensure, we have to start at home, that we train them. Right. But I'm saying the point is, yes, we do need labor workforce that are migrants in certain areas, for example, in the area of agriculture. But there are other areas where it is imperative and it benefits us as a country to train our young people, our Belizeans. So, Mr. Speaker, in a nutshell, this is a very important program. I certainly want to commend and thank the Inter-American Development Bank, Taiwan, for their support. We are certain that this loan motion is going to produce a greater cadre of young professionals who are going to be ready to contribute to the development of our nation. And on a final note, I just wanted to add that I am very grateful, as Minister from Freetown said, the honorable member, that much work was put into developing an IT vet policy. Cabinet has given its full support. That policy has been approved. We are now working to ensure that we work with the Attorney General's Ministry to ensure that we develop and draft the legislation that is going to give full support to ensuring that we address the issues of IT vet education. Mr. Speaker, I thank you.
I recognize the member from Dangriga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise just to make some short remarks, of course supporting this loan motion fully. And maybe in assistance to the member from Mesopotamia, and I want to lean on the Labor Force survey of April 2025 from the Statistical Institute of Belize that would help the member and of course anyone in the public who may have led to some confusion by the remarks from the member from Mesop. It states that in April 2025, the total labor force was estimated at 183,368 persons, up from 170,853 in April of 2024. Females continued to be significantly underrepresented, as nearly 3/5 of the total labor force was comprised of males. The labor force participation rate stood at 59.1%, an increase of 1.7 percentage points compared to April 2024. Gender disparities with respect to participation remain pronounced, with only 46.9% of working age women being a part of the workforce, compared to 72.3% of working age men. The gap highlights the continued presence of barriers to female participation. It speaks similarly to youth participation. So what that shows us is that we want to bring in females who are not participating in the labor force. For whatever reasons, they don't have the skills, they have not had the opportunity. And the IT vets present a very good medium for them to be able to get those skills, right? And that is the whole idea for females, for youths who need to get these skills. And so, while you have a low unemployment rate, it is a low unemployment rate based on all the people who are participating in the labor force. So we want to increase the number of people who would be able to participate in the labor force so that now you will have more people contributing to the economy of Belize, right? And this is the way we do it on this side of the house. We recognize and we take action where action needs to be taken. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank all the members that have participated in this debate or the discussion on this very important, two important loan motions. Leader of the opposition, thank you for the support. You made some good points and some good concerns, and I think that the honorable member from Freetown, who was one of the initial people that worked together to put this together, answered a lot of it. But should you have more questions, you're welcome to come, and we're prepared to answer in any which way that you come, that we can. And you're right, a lot of it is in the implementation process. We have been working diligently to ensure that we could implement more of these programs at a quicker rate. We've been catching up, but we still have some more to go. When you say, well, why is it that the Ministry of, or the Minister of Finance have to bring these loan motions? Well, it's because the Ministry of Finance are the ones that, once the project has been agreed to, negotiates the terms of the loan. It does not mean that the Ministry of Finance or the Minister of Finance will spend these monies. Then will be allocated for the implementation of these programs through the different ministries, and in many instances through the Ministry of Economic Development / Economic Transformation. So it doesn't have to be that I, as the Minister of Finance, will control that money. It does not work like that. What can I say about the member of Mesopotamia? Again, I'll be kind to him. I know he's young. He's just got into the, not young in years, but young as a member of Parliament. And gets excited when he comes here, and I know that he boastfully pronounced that he researched his. But I think he made a look on Google without the E. He looked on some different Google to try to get information, because I don't think you really understand what we were doing here, Mesopotamia, a member from Mesopotamia. But I will leave it at that. I know I'll come back at you. I'm sure with time you will improve. So I will leave that as that. That said, Mr. Speaker, and then another thing, you need to make sure that you and your leader talk, to have an idea as to what position you all are going to take in the opposition. Also, you need to speak in a caucus as one voice. No? So that said, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank everybody, and again, appreciate the support from the other side, and certainly from the side of the government of this House.
Honorable members, those motions are referred to the Finance and Economic Development Committee for examination, consideration, and report. I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I seek the indulgence of this Honorable House to have both motions taken through all the stages this day. Mr. Speaker, we're not going through three stages.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister.
So I was moving too fast. Mr. Speaker, this is the government of Republic of China, Taiwan. And I don't remember from myself, listen, because I know you get confused. Amendment number 1 to loan agreement number 6020236013, loan amendment motion 2025. I move whereas the government of Belize, through its bilateral program of economic cooperation and development with the government of the Republic of China, Taiwan, requested and received financial support in 2019. The government of that country to finance the upgrading of the Corozal to Sartenea Road and the construction of the Pueblo Nuevo and Laguna Seca bridges. And whereas such financial support was in the form of a long-term, low-interest loan in the principal amount of $50 million, which a loan agreement was signed on the 19th August 2019 between the government of Belize and the Export-Import Bank of the Republic of China as the lender. And whereas, despite delays due to weather and other reasons beyond the reasonable control of the parties, the upgrading of the Corozal to Sarteneja Road and the construction of the Pueblo Nuevo and Laguna Seca bridges are expected to be completed by the end of September 2025. And whereas the government of Belize, in light of the extended time for completion and of an abundance of caution, requested from the lender, 1, a second extension to the commitment period of the loan for the undisbursed balance from 31st May 2025 to 31st December 2025. And 2, a 6-month suspension on a start date for the principal repayments of the loan from 22nd July 2025 to 22nd January 2026. Whereas the Export-Import Bank of the Republic of China, Taiwan, has approved the government of Belize's request for an extension of the commitment period, as well as for the suspension of the start date for the principal repayments under the terms and conditions set out on Amendment 1 of the loan agreements as follows. Lender, Export-Import Bank of Republic of China, Taiwan, extension of period 7 months from 31st of May 2025 to 31st December 2025. Suspension of principal repayment start date 6 months from 22nd July 2025 to 21st January 2026, with the first repayment date being 22nd January 2026. Repayment terms, 30 consecutive semi-annual principal repayment installments comprising of 29 installments of US $1,666,667 and 1 installment of US $1,666,657. Payment payable 22nd January and 22nd July of each year, commencing 22nd January 2026 and ending 22nd of July 2040. Interest payments shall continue as per the loan agreement on the same interest rate and shall not be affected by the extension or the suspension. And whereas the government of Belize is required to obtain the prior authorization of the National Assembly, and by a resolution of such amendment, now therefore be it resolved that this Honorable House, being satisfied that this amendment is necessary for the effective completion of the project, approves and confirms that the government of Belize may enter into an amendment number 1 to the loan agreement 6020-23-6013 with the Export-Import Bank of the Republic of China, Taiwan, on the terms and conditions set out above, and further authorizes the Minister of Finance to execute and deliver the said loan motion agreement and all documents and agreements connected therewith. Mr. Speaker, my comments are going to be brief. First and foremost, this is not a loan motion. We're not borrowing more money. What merely all we're doing is extending the time for an existing loan that was signed with the Export-Import Bank of the Republic of China, Taiwan, for the construction of the Corozal-Sarteneja Road, and which was signed in 2019. Again, I mentioned the project had several setbacks. One of them was the weather. Remember when we got into 2028, it was raining unceasingly. I think last year also we had almost 6 months of rain. And so and other issues, supplies and so forth, set them back and they could not finish within the time period. So basically all we're doing right now is to, in an abundance of caution, probably, maybe we did not have to come to the house, but we want to be 100% sure that we're doing things right. And that is why we've come to this Honorable House to ask for the Honorable House to accept an extension to this loan motion so that we can wrap up the project by the end of this month, and then in October, Honorable Member from Cayo South, in October we are going to inaugurate the road, and then and because of that delay, we want to make sure that we can draw down all the monies until the end of December. We expect that will be done before, but we just want to be sure that we can wrap up everything nicely. And then the payments, instead of starting of July of this year, will start next year. So that's how we're doing. and I'm asking the support from all the members of this honorable House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the member from Mesopotamia.
Sorry. Stand corrected. Good afternoon, Prime Minister. If I'm wrong, I will take my leave. Stand corrected. Mr. Speaker, this loan here that Prime Minister is presenting in this House, the Honorable House, is what I call kick the bucket down the road. 7 months, that because we don't got the money or what happened? And I need to make mention before we continue this, that in February of 7th of February 25, 16 loan motions did the same thing right here. And I will go into some details of it so that we could get our understanding of what is happening. So we were asked for extension for 7 months of $100 million. The interest payment shall continue as per the loan agreement on the same interest rate and shall not be affected by the extension or suspension. So we still have to pay it one way or the other. Just that, it'll be now, but it'll be December 31st, January 1st, 2026. I recall, I think there was another loan for 26 million recently for the road from Democracia to Belmopan. Then we still need to borrow another 14 more million to finish the road from Democracia to Belmopan because it's only 47% we're done, and then we still have another 53% more to be done. The thing is that constant borrowing, we carry road, especially with inflation that happen these days. It's spawning costs. I minister, man. I just to speak the facts. Toming, we got some roast pork fried rice today by special request, curry flavor with pineapple. Where the minister there? You got must done eat already. But no. Thank you. So, Mr. President, my point is that I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Government of Republic of China Taiwan Amendment Number 2 loan to the agreement. Loan motion was for 2017. The remaining loan balance was $22 million US. Now, of course, we always get concessionary rates, so that is very good. And then number 2 was received financial support in 2004 for $25 million. $3.3 million left, so we refinanced that again for 3 years, starting January 1st, 2025 to December 2025. So all of those got kicked down the road. Number 3, 2024 from the government for $20 million. We have a balance of $3.5 million left. Pretty much the same stuff that's happening. Then in 2006, another $25 million that was borrowed. We owe 5.8, which get the same repayment suspension. And that is all be due December 31st, 2027. I know I get too long because there were a lot of them right there. Including we have one for BL, 16 of them wrapped up into one. My thing, Mr. Speaker, is that all those savings that we have had, Petro-Caribbean, the Blue Bonds, all those savings, hundreds of millions of dollars. We are back to square one again. Constant borrowing is unsustainable. Unless you want to go bankrupt your own business or the government. You cannot be borrowing and continue to be borrowing. Right now, our GDP stands at 2024 at little under 61%. Fair enough, and because all those write-offs, kicking the bucket down the road, it is in the books, but we're kicking the bucket down the road. Mr. Speaker, I got no problem with borrowing because I borrow too. Right? As a businessman, I borrow, I build, I invest. That is my job. But if we borrow, make we borrow some money for the relief right now. Inflation is through the roof. We need fuel for come down, butane for come down, gas for come down. These things, electricity, these are immediate relief to the people of Belize. Thank you very much. I hope that solar thing works in the next 2 years. I really, really hope that solar project works for the next 2 years, right? Because it will benefit everybody. It'll benefit everybody. But the balloon in the 2026, 2027, I read in the budget, went way up. And then the following year, next 2 years, it dropped. The TTV pop. So I guess that because of the solar investments and stuff like that was coming in. Borrowing without relief for the people is not sound economic management. It is gambling with the Belize's future, with the next generation's future. Belizeans deserve honesty. They deserve leadership that borrows wisely, spends transparently, and deliver real results. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the member from Kaya South.
Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker. I wasn't going to say anything today, but the member from Sept. What? Yeah. The gentleman said everything, but he forgot to mention that the loan that the Prime Minister was speaking of was a loan that your government did on $100 million. So all the rhetoric that you're speaking goes right back to your UDP government. This loan was made in 2019 under the UDP government. Can I finish before? Come on, gentlemen.
Clarification, just a point of clarification.
Mr.
These
Speaker,
loans were from
I'm
2004.
giving
It's a
him
point
an
of clarification.
Members.
Right?
No.
It's a both parties, both governments
Mr.
have
Speaker.
done these borrowings. It's not only one, but
He's
two.
not allowing clarification. He needs to ask for clarification, and then the honorable member needs to accept, and he has said no. So he should sit down. Yes, but we have to agree. The speaker.
Members, can we please have the member from Kaya South continue? And member from Mesopotamia. Member from Kaya South, can you please continue?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. We have been here all morning and part of the afternoon without interruption, giving the opposition all the opportunity to speak. What I am saying is a fact. I'm not insulting anybody. I am not doing anything against parliamentary rules, because I know that quite well. I have breached them in the past, so I studied them quite clearly. The gentleman just forgot to mention to the Belizean people that the $100 million loan that was done for the Sarteneja Road that we are completing at the end of September was a loan done under the United Democratic Party. His rhetoric of we can't eat streets goes back to the loan from the United Democratic Party that was done for a road. So everything that you have said was not bad, but you were smart enough to leave that out. And I just want to make it clear where the loan came from and what we are speaking of. That's all. Have a good day, sir, and enjoy what you have been doing.
I recognize the member from Albert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, sometimes I stand in this honorable house and I wonder if the government is bipolar. I wonder if this administration is bipolar. Because when the Prime Minister stands up to speak, he talks about how well the economy is doing. We're flush with resources. Man only 2.1% of our people are unemployed. Those who are, you quickly clarified, Prime Minister, looking for a job. Because we all know the matrix has been distorted. The question is, if we are doing so well, the economy is so robust, people are working, why is it that we continue to come to this honorable house and ask for extensions and deferrals in our loan commitments? In February, there were 17. We are now in September, and we're asking for a deferral, hiding behind the guise that the project is not completed. The project, for good reason, have had delays. Rain, weather conditions, etc., etc. One would believe, if you listen to the Prime Minister, that this is a revenue-generating project that would require completion before your payment, principal payment, is met. There's no need. We have the money. The economy is at an all-time high. Our borrowing is at an all-time high. Our employment is at an all-time high. So why is it that a project that is not income generating, that the principal payments must now be deferred? Because under this administration, Mr. Speaker, the deferrals of loans are also an all-time high. You see, member for Orange Walk Central, you have to make it make sense to the Belizean people. If we're doing so well, let us then start meeting these commitments. I traveled to Shunush the other day, and I can tell you that particularly the citizens in the north are enjoying the use of that infrastructure. It hasn't hindered transportation. It hasn't hindered our tourism sector. It hasn't hindered our movement of our agricultural products. So let us meet the commitments we have when we promise to meet them. This administration would not be the only administration that has asked for loan deferrals. Absolutely not. The administration that I was a part of did the same thing. But this government keeps boasting, pumping your chest about how much investments we're getting and how the economy is growing and how everybody is working. If we're making the money, let us pay our bills. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the member from Orange Walk Central.
Mr. Speaker, I am floored. I really thought it would have been a straightforward motion. The honorable member of mess up, or what messed up, I think, because I can't answer what he talked about because he makes no sense. I've been saying, I started from the beginning, this is not a new loan. All we're doing is an extension And why is it that we do the extension? Because the project not finished yet. The project was expected to finish in July. And the people from the Exim Bank are the ones that requested that we do an extension just to be an abundance of caution. They wanted to make sure that everything is worked out well, that all the T's are crossed and the I's are dotted. And so they're the one that came to us and asked that we do a motion to extend the loan because the project never finished. Any business person that's worth its salt. Are you a business person, Madam Albert? No, you're not. If you're a business person, you would understand. Any business person that's worth its salt will tell you cash flow, cash flow, cash flow. It's always about cash flow. Whenever you could mine your cash flow, you do it, you take advantage of it. And now, here we come. The people from the Exim Bank asked us to do this. Not we. They asked us to do this because they're saying the period came to an end in July. That's when this project's supposed to finish. And they never finish because they don't go through that. So they are the ones that requested for us in an abundance of caution for their bank that we do an extension of 6 months. That's all we talk about, 6 months. They asked us, and so we came, and of course we had to take advantage of it. Why not? We agreed, of course. They want to make sure that it is correct. So all of your arguments have been rubbish, Madam Lady from Albert. You all speak without knowing. If you ask, we will tell you, man. And you make a big deal as if we borrow more money. We are not borrowing more money. The Exim Bank asked us from Taiwan for us to make this loan motion because the project was not finished on July. And so they're the ones. And so we're putting it to finish until December. For whatever reason, we don't I don't expect anything to happen, but if there's any monies left to be paid or whatever, at least we know that we have another 3 months to be able to wrap up this project carefully, and then we'll start the payments in January. So, Mr. Speaker, I really hope with this that both sides of the House will support this motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, that motion is referred to the Finance and Economic Development Committee for examination, consideration, and report. I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, because this project is coming to an end, I seek the indulgence of this Honorable House to have this motion taken through all its stages this day.
Honorable members, the question is that this motion be taken through all its stages this day. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Those against, kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister.
I am urging the leader of the opposition and members of the other side to listen carefully to this motion. Mr. Speaker, this is the International Bank for Reconstruction and Development through its International Development Association, what we refer to as IDA or IDA. Belize Development Policy Credit with Catastrophe Drawdown Option of US $20 million Loan Motion 2025. I move, whereas Belize, being a member of the International Bank for Reconstruction and Development of the bank, is eligible for development assistance in the form of loans, grants, and technical assistance from the bank on such terms and conditions as may be agreed between the government of Belize and the bank from time to time, and whereas in 2024, the bank offered the government of Belize the opportunity to access a catastrophe deferred drawdown option, CAT-DDO, to enhance Belize's crisis preparedness and prevention by providing a contingent financing line that offers immediate liquidity to address shocks related to natural disasters and public health emergencies caused by biological events. And whereas in an effort to receive approval for this CAT-DDO funding, the government over the past year began engaging in several reform initiatives demonstrate its commitment to improve disaster preparedness and eliminate resilience, and strengthen financial protection to improve the country's ability to respond to shocks. And whereas after recognizing Belize's action to successfully commit to the reform initiatives in July of 2025, the bank approved for Belize to access the CAT DDO in the form of a concessional financing in the amount of US $20 million, which will be expeditiously disbursed in the event of a natural disaster or health-related emergency, providing the government with critical liquidity to respond. The CAT DDO disbursement will be immediate and flexible once the event occurs. And whereas the total financing allocated through the IBRD will be as follows: 1, US $5 million loan funds financed from resources of Belize's country allocation under the International Development Association, IDA, which is a development finance institution of the World Bank Group. 2, US $10 million loan funds financed from the Global and Regional Opportunities Window, GROW. 3, US $5 million loan funds financed from the Crisis Response Window, CRW. And whereas it is intended that the implementing agency for the CAT DDO will be the Ministry of Finance on behalf of the government of Belize, and whereas the bank has offered the government of Belize a total financing of US $20 million under the following terms and conditions. The lender, the International Development Association, IDA, of the IBRD. Purpose: to address immediate country liquidity needs in the aftermath of natural disasters and health-related emergencies caused by a biological event, and enhance Belize's crisis preparedness and prevention. Disbursement schedule: immediately following a natural disaster or health emergency occurring within a period of 3 years. Loan term: 40 years, inclusive of a 10-year grace period on principal repayments. Repayment period: upon the disbursement, principal amount to be repaid in approximately 60 semi-annual and consecutive installments payable on 15th April and 15th October of each year, commencing 10 years after the date of the financing agreement, as follows: 20 installments of US $200,000 commencing 15th October 2035 to 15th April 2040. 40 installments of US $400,000 commencing 15th October 2040 to 15th April 2065. A service charge of 1.48% is applicable upon the sum disbursed. And whereas, under the provisions of Section 7.2 of the Finance and Audit Reform Act 2025, the government of Belize is required to obtain the prior authorization of the National Assembly by way of a resolution for such a borrowing. And now, therefore, be it resolved that this Honorable House, being satisfied that the loan financing would significantly assist the government of Belize to be able to quickly access funding to respond immediately to severe or catastrophic natural disasters or public health events emergencies, and contribute to alleviating the impact of these events on the country's public finances, approves and confirms that the government may enter into a financing agreement with the International Development Association of the International Bank for Reconstruction and Development on the terms and conditions set out above, and further authorizes the Minister of Finance to execute and deliver the said financing agreement and all other documents associated therewith. As an explanation, Mr. Speaker, last year, after 4 years of extensive advocacy on our part, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, the past Minister of Foreign Affairs, the present Minister of Foreign Affairs, and myself, every international meeting we go, we try to talk to heads of government for them to support Belize to be eligible to these special funds, the International Development Assistance Funds, because we were not supposedly eligible, because they said that we're a middle-income country. But we're making the point that because the country is so large for a small population, the tax base is not there to be able to provide the necessary development funding that our country needs. And so after successfully speaking to these heads, last year the World Bank agreed and made some amendments into the agreements within IDA, or for Belize to be able to have access, and we successfully gained eligibility of approximately $24 million annually of highly concessionary financing from the International Development Association, IDA, the development arm of the World Bank Group. Let me remind the honorable members on the other side, these loans from the IDA or IDA are usually paid over 40 years. The first 10 years you pay only interest, with interest rates of less than 2%. It's almost free money, I could say. I mean, you can't beat that. Given the long-term nature of these facilities, we have prioritized the use of these proceeds for building climate resiliency and education investments, for which the return of such investments is expected over the long term. Last year's proceeds were directed towards building municipality resilience. We built and paved many streets with proper drainage in all our municipalities. This year, we have prioritized supporting our disaster risk financing strategy to enhance Belize's crisis preparedness and prevention by providing a contingent financing line that offers immediate liquidity of $20 million to address shocks related to natural disasters such as hurricanes and public health emergencies caused by biological events like the COVID pandemic of 2020. Through a catastrophe deferred drawdown option, what we refer to as a CAT DDO. The contingency financing, which is deemed as concessional financing, is sourced from different IDA windows and allocated as follows. One, the Global and Regional Opportunities window, GROW, there's $10 million from there. The Crisis Response window, the CRW, $5 million. And from Belize's IDA's country allocation, from the $24 million that's allocated, we are saying we want to leave $5 million of that money to make up for the $20 million that we are setting aside, God forbid, if there is a catastrophe. So, in other words, out of our annual $24 million, we are committing $5 million, and we're leaving the remaining $19 million for much needed projects on highly concessionary terms. In the case of the CAT DDO contingency line, no interest, no service charge accrues, only on drawdowns. So if we don't draw down on the 20 million, we don't pay nothing. Only if we pay 5 million, we pay on the 5 million. If it's 10 million, we pay on the 10 million. If it's 20 million, we pay on the 20 million. We do not pay nothing if we do not use those funding. And so it only accrues on drawdowns in the event of a natural disaster or biological event. As it is, Mr. Speaker, when we discussed this in Cabinet, it was brought up that we are facing a natural disaster right now with the sargassum. And so, Cabinet, we've agreed that we will make the case to the World Bank to see if the sargassum, when it reaches a certain amount, not when you leave it as sargassum, but a certain amount, that we could declare it as a natural disaster, because something that's affecting the entire region, the entire Western Hemisphere, and we had nothing to do with this. And to see if we can convince them to allow us to be able to draw down from that, to be able to help the tourism industry, to help protect our reef, to help protect our coastline against this basically a plague, this sargassum plague that's affecting us. Now, should we succeed, then we'd be able to use this money to help us to clear up the beaches and or try to prevent from it even getting to our beaches, get it outside before it gets in, when it creates these problems. As I said, in the event of such drawdown, the annual service charge applicable is only 1 5.48% per annum, with a repayment plan of over 40 years, including a 10-year interest-only grace period. Mr. Speaker, this CAT DDO contingency line will form a critical component of our disaster risk financing arsenal. So, God forbid, a natural disaster were to hit us, we'll be able to respond immediately and effectively. Let me remind you, members of this honorable House, both sides, especially the other side, this is not a new loan. We're not borrowing money. This is just planning for the future if something were to happen, that we have where to go quickly to be able to look after our people. So I'm therefore most pleased, Mr. Speaker, to table this loan motion for consideration to this honorable House, and I look forward to the unanimous support from both sides of this honorable House. And I wish that the member from Sept was here, so maybe we could understand. I hope he not come and then start to talk again and we borrow more money, because he missed the presentation. So that said, Mr. Speaker, I urge the support from both sides. Thanks.
I recognize the member from Albert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As members of this House, these are the kinds of initiatives that we want to support. The trouble we have is that there's gaps in the information, and you may be able to provide them, and that would be fine. This CAT DDO is $20 million US, stretched over 40 years with 10 years grace period. That's noble, if I can say so myself, especially in times of a crisis. But as representatives, we have a duty and a responsibility, and it's not a criticism, to ask for clarification when none is provided. This motion states that Belize will have access to these funds in the event of a natural disaster or health-related emergency caused by a biological event. Broad can cover a lot, but at the same time, it's dangerously, if I may say, vague. The most what is determined as a national disaster? Is it a Category 1 hurricane? Is it a Category 4 hurricane? Will it cover flooding that destroys farmlands in Cayo? Or another nationwide event? You mentioned the sarcasm, Honorable Prime Minister. Will it cover prolonged droughts that devastate our agricultural sector? Will an outbreak of dengue qualify? Or only something on the scale of COVID-19? These are not academic questions. They go to the heart of whether Belize will have some autonomy or some decision-making as to how these monies are accessed. So let me ask, who will do the risk assessment? Or who will decide when Belize qualifies for a drawdown? Is it the lending institution, which you alluded to, member, when you said a proposal has been sent for consideration for the bank to deal with the issue of our sargassum. Excuse me. Yes. You're discussing it. So it begs the question whether or not Belize can determine what is a national disaster, or whether we have to wait for the nod of the lending institution. Is the bank going to determine when the people are in crisis, when our country is in crisis, or do we get to make that determination? What happens in the event? Because I don't know if it's a revolving fund. It's not clear how this fund will work. I heard you say, member for Orange Rock Central, there is no interest, there are no fees attached until we draw down. What happens in the case of multiple events within that 10-year period? Do we, and the monies are fully allocated, what happens then? Because we really don't need to pay or make any commitments to the bank until 10 years after this commitment has been signed. The motion also speaks, of these reform initiatives that made it possible for us to qualify for this facility. And what are those reforms? So that we can share this with the Belizean people. Ultimately, the cost, the burden is on the backs of the taxpayer. And I think it would be helpful to all of us, those up on this side and those who are listening, to hear a little bit more about what are these reforms that we undertook that made it possible for us to qualify. There is a service charge, I understand, if I read it correct, of 1.48% on some dispersed. But is there any administrative? None. And compliance costs? None. Okay. So we understand fully that having this facility available to Belize would be necessary and is necessary in a crisis. But for us, there's still some, and we support it. We support the motion, but there are also opportunity costs that we have to take into consideration. Again, we ask the questions. Who decides what constitutes a natural disaster? Who conducts the risk assessment? What reforms were undertaken and at what cost? And how accountability will be guaranteed? Whether the money will be sufficient, and how will that be addressed if we have multiple events, God forbid, within the 10-year cycle that is outlined in the loan motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the honorable member from Orange Rock Central.
I can't be but amazed when the leader of the opposition. He talked from two ends of the mouth. From one side of the mouth, he said, we can't trust Belize with their monies because for anything you want to call a natural disaster, and we enjoy them and bad spend of the money in effect. And that's what you said. And then for the other side of your mouth, you're then saying, we can't trust the World Bank because then who? Then decide when we have a natural disaster. What if we have a natural disaster? And they said no. Basically, that's what you're saying when you're asking the question. The point is, when you were speaking, I did not interrupt you. Let me.
Honorable member from Albert.
It is a simple thing. We declare a national disaster. If a hurricane hit we, if a category 1 hit we, it is a national disaster. When the category 1 hit Belize City, maybe you never walk in on the south side. I did. How many houses, poor people house broke down and they get flooded? Thank God there was no loss of life. But what did we do? We immediately had to scramble and find money to help these people, to try help them fix up their house. Some of them to build a new house because the house dropped down. That is a natural disaster. Why you ask that question? If you don't know that, then you have a problem. You have a problem. It is a natural disaster. I don't need to school you with something like that. And once we declare a natural disaster, Mr. Speaker, it is obvious then that the people from the World Bank will immediately come and take a look on the ground. And yes, it is their money. At the end of the day, they will decide, but they know that we will not come and just for anything is a natural disaster, because then if that is the case, then it means that the country will try to rob the IDA money, and it's not acceptable. We declare a natural disaster, and then obviously the World Bank will have to come on ground. They have their people, and they work with us and say, yes, you really need this money, see it here, spend it, and then, but also we have to give accounting to the bank how this money is going to be spent. And not only give you free money, that's simple things, man. If you are really serious, Madam Member from Albert, you could come to him and show everything we talk about. There's nothing to hide. I thought you've been praising this government. It is something your government could have never conceived of trying to get access to this IDA money. We could have never conceived that. We worked for 4 years to get this money, access to this money. The reforms, there are a number of reforms that we had to pass and to approve so that we could get this funding to set aside for emergencies. We had a national land policy, which the cabinet we approved, a national risk management policy, a national building codes policy, a microinsurance regulations policy, and I think there are a few more. I don't remember all of them. But there's several of them that we had to put in place so we could show to the bank that we're serious in the work that we're doing. After we passed all of these policies, then it was, I think, June, July, that the board met and said, okay, Belize, you met all of what is expected of you, so now we are providing, we are supporting for you to have access to $20 million in case of an emergency. So, Mr. Speaker, I really hope that we can have the support from both sides of this house. Again, Mr. Member from Mesopotamia, we're not borrowing money just to a line of credit per se, and if we need it, we can take it. And usually in the bank, when you have a line of credit, you have to pay, right? Right? You have to pay and leave funds. In this one, we don't pay nothing. We only pay if we draw the money. Only if we draw, whatever we withdraw, we pay for. And then this is for 3 years. 3 years from now, they're going to see if what we use or what we never use and renegotiate another one. So it goes, yes, like a revolving fund as we go about. That's basically what we're doing. Okay? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I urge the support from everyone.
Honorable members, that motion is referred to the Finance and Economic Development Committee for examination, consideration, and report.
Mr. Speaker, I seek the indulgence of this honorable House to have this motion taken through all its stages this day.
Honorable members, the question is that this motion be taken through all its stages this day. All those in favor kindly say aye.
Aye.
Those against say no. I think the ayes have it.
Announcement by the Speaker.
Honorable members, it has been agreed that the following bill and motions pass this day. Trade Licensing Amendment Bill 2025, Central American Bank for Economic Integration, CABAI, Subscription Motion 2025, Government of Republic of China, Taiwan, Amendment number 1 to Loan Agreement number 602-023-60113, Loan Amendment Motion 2025, International Bank for Reconstruction and Development through its International Development Association, IDA, Belize Development Policy Credit with Catastrophe Drawdown Option, US 20 million Loan Motion 2025. As you are well aware, under Standing Order number 74, all process legislation, messages, petitions, motions, and other relating matters to subject mentioned under the title of each standing committee shall be referred by the House to such committee for examination, consideration, and report to the House. The way for this to be done, other than by suspension of standing orders, is that for me to suspend the sitting to enable the Finance and Economic Development Committee to examine, consider, and report to the House on the bill and motions. All those in favor kindly say aye.
Aye.
Those say no. I think the ayes have it. The sitting is therefore suspended until Public Service, Labor, Industry and Trade Committee and the Finance and Economic Development Committee have concluded their business.
incomplete.